Ooh. Okay. Wait. I think I got it. Very weird tech issue. Okay, we're good, I think. All right. Uh, Yay, I'm live. Okay, good. Whew. Hello. Welcome to the stream. That was very not cool. There was no indication in my streaming software that there was any kind of issue until I hit start stream. Hadn't changed anything. No updates to anything that I knew of. But yeah, for whatever reason, my streaming software decided that the encoder style it was using no longer wanted to behave. But it seems like we might have figured it out. So, okay, let me just actually get everything set up how I need it. I like restarted the computer and everything, so everything's kind of all out of sorts. So give me 1 minute. You've been very patient thus far, so thank you. Uh, Also, hello, welcome to the stream. It is a Feedback Friday Art Edition. I am your host, Jacob. Hope you're all doing great. Hello, hello, hello. All right, let me just get all my files opened. That one, yes. And scoot that out of the way. Get rid of that. Okay. Whew. All right, so we're going to be working on art today. Hope you're ready. It'll be an interesting one. I'm excited for this. It's a piece that I started, but I'm not entirely sure where I'm going with it yet. Let me just kind of preamble a little bit, and then I'll show you where we're at, and we'll go from there. So if you're new to the stream, I tend to stream for a decent amount of time since I am live painting. So I usually take lunch at around 1 o'clock. It is 11:15 right now. Very late start. Um, but yeah, I will be painting, and usually I take an hour-long break for lunch, and we come back and keep rendering. Depending on how it goes, sometimes I'll end the stream a little early and just kind of do the morning thing. Okay, everything should be in place. Good, good, good. Okay, so working on a trap, and I can't give you too much about it. It's a little bit of a mystery, but let's take a look at where we're at with it. Oh yeah, I gotta adjust my camera angle a little bit. That scooch to there. Perfect. Okay. So this is just kind of a concept I'm working up right now. I'm not sure if this is where I'm going with it. Hello, Charlie. That was a very failed jump. You got it. No, okay. All right. Doesn't want assistance. Um, so very kind of mechanical cannon hand thing that like grapples. Kind of got this idea of like a winch and kind of pulley system. And I don't know if you'll recognize these. This is a design from Arcane, League of Legends, that kind of thing, of kind of hex tech, kind of mining gauntlets or whatnot that Vi uses. I just like the kind of the aesthetics of it, like the trim and stuff. So I just wanted that nearby for kind of reference for kind of like some just greeble detailing that I might want to try. Just kind of like doing some thick and thin trim stuff like that. So I was just kind of thinking that'd be kind of a neat idea to experiment with. Usually I have references like up in my other monitors and stuff. In case you're like, why does he have that up now and he never does that otherwise? I usually do actually have stuff on the side, just kind of from all over different things. Um, as an artist, you kind of work on creations, but you're actually kind of building on the shoulders of giants. And what that means is basically, you can't just kind of come up with nothing, something out of nothing, right? Like you build off of a library of ideas and things you've seen and things that have influenced you. So that's what I'm getting at is that a lot of creators will use those references. Now I'm not gonna like rip it off in any kind of like huge capacity. It's more like, oh, I like the idea of kind of like angles sometimes that kind of swoop. And you got like these kind of radial curves, and then like there's 45-degree angles, or well, maybe not 45s, but there's not a lot of like 90-degree angles anywhere. Um, and the idea of kind of thick and thinner kind of trim, right? And just kind of layered uh, with like plates on plates and things kind of socketing into each other. I just think it's kind of like a fun kind of design style. And I've definitely done things that are similar, influenced by all kinds of different things. A lot of steampunk kind of ideas, but I feel like the kind of the tech level of this is kind of cool. Steampunk tends to be lower tech, but like high fantasy in a way. Um, and so yeah, that's just where I'm at with this. I'm still working up the concept is the thing, so I'm not even sure this is where we're going. This is just kind of where my sketching has taken me thus far. So yeah, very Thanos Knuckles kind of thing going on here. All right, so I can't really feed you any specifics on this, unfortunately. It's going to remain kind of a speculative mystery. But yeah, I am looking for just kind of like ideas and input. Like, oh, you should try adding this or whatnot. It may be a little bit harder to influence it at this stage, since there is a pretty decently structured drawing built up already. Um, so I'm not sure how much we can kind of explore. But I am open to input, as always. So one thing I was thinking of trying was, so the idea is there is going to be like this kind of mirror foot back here. And I like the idea of it like feeling like a cannon. But right now it feels more like a weird kind of like stumpy mech that kind of waddles around. So I'm thinking I want to like change the silhouette a bit. And I like the potential. I'm just going to duplicate this in case I want to go back. Of maybe having these kind of bolted plates on the sides, right? They feel heavy duty. They feel like they're kind of locked in on the base, right? And I like that. But I was thinking of kind of like making it more that there's maybe some kind of pivot point in the middle, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. Like it can kind of swivel on this, right? Does that make sense? So there's this kind of like middle mount here where this can kind of pivot in this kind of a direction, and then this can swivel in like that direction, and that way it could kind of like gimbal around to face whatever direction it wants. And I feel like that would make it look a little more capable. So that's kind of what I want to figure. I also, I don't know, it keeps looking like weird feet. Maybe that's just because they like have like shoes kind of looking things. So maybe if I like change this to be a little more just heavy duty kind of like, I guess I'm thinking of like the Canon mount kind of idea. If you've ever seen like an old school Canon in person, it tends to have these like big kind of rim wall things that let it kind of pivot up and down, right? I actually have a little mini Canon. I guess the these walls, kind of what I'm talking about. And I guess in a, it's more like it goes back like that. So that makes sense. I was kind of aiming it the other way, right? Like if this was the front of the cannon, that's kind of what I was doing. So, although I guess with like the way they fire, it makes sense that it's reinforced going back like that. So maybe that's the direction that those should be going. That might, yeah, actually I think that makes it feel more heavy duty. If it's like reinforced back that way. Okay, actually, yeah. That doesn't feel too bad. Okay, I think I can work with that. Yeah, make it look more like the old school Canon. I kind of like the idea of like a high low tech thing. Like it looks super high tech, let's say, but it's also just like, yeah, it's just shooting a kind of a thing forward, and it just kind of like grabs things. Just point and blast. I mean, I could try and make it look more like an old school Canon if we want, like um, having more of like a barrel body kind of thing, the round. Okay, so I don't know. I don't hate that. I feel like if this is really wide here, that'll feel even more heavy duty. But I want it to feel like it does pivot nicely. Hmm. Can't say what power type. Can't say what it's for. New trap. You can have that, I guess. I guess. Okay. Let's get the grid up. Just to try and match some angles. Also, I want to make sure that, any kind of interface elements, depending on, what platform you're viewing it in, they don't kind of get in the way, right? But I think that's relatively decent. Could maybe scooch Okay, actually, if this is forward more, would that work nicely? Or do I need to move both of them? Moving both is okay. This would also let us get like more of a cannon body behind it if we wanted. Hmm. Oh, that's a really fun idea. Cute. Can add some claw machine button on the bottom left corner with a droid pressing it. That's actually genius. I really enjoy that. Very fun. Yeah, making it a claw machine. I, I think I might try that. That's really good. Or it could be if they're like, okay, we'll play around with this idea, but that's very clever. Uh, if they're like back here, kind of like leaning out and like peeking around the side, and they have kind of like the claw machine button or handle that they're kind of. Might not be as obvious there. The claw, the claw. Yeah. Okay, maybe if this is forward, I could kind of like scooch the controls to be a little more favorably placed. Like this seems like really inefficient because they have to like look around the thing to be able to kind of like I guess it should be off to the side, right? Claw needs to drop down from above then. Yeah, like if it's more like the claw machine, that makes sense. But I like it being, like same controls, but then it just like poof, like blasts out this cannon. Um, just because I think it's amusing that way. Okay. So yeah, I mean I can try the controls being off on like I kind of like showing how heavy duty this is. It's like plated to the base. Um, the idea that there's like these bolts here or something, like bolting it into the base, kind of idea, right? Uh, If this is moved further back, that might look even more heavy duty there. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, the those like crazy robot arms that can just do all these like insane movements with super precision for like manufacturing cars and stuff. That might be kind of an angle to take it as like one of those crazy robot arms. Let's see. I'm actually gonna hide that for a second because I think I want to improve this real quick. All right, so if this is like a mount here, I mean, we could do something this. It's very much articulatable arm action, which I think is pretty cool. Could even kind of have segments where it could extend. So we could put like pneumatics. I think that could be pretty fun. Definitely still feels very heavy duty. And then if this is like further back, again, same idea. It's like reinforce back here to counter that force of like when this thing blasts forward, it causes an equal and opposite reaction of the system kind of being shoved backwards. So all this kind of bolted down, heavy duty, and kind of reinforced at the back would counter that force somewhat, or fully, I should hope. Okay. Mm-hmm. If there's an upgrade to this trap, need to add the Doc Ock arms to it. Actually, totally, yeah, it just has more of them. I guess it does kind of have a bit of that look. It got that harpoon trap vibe. That's true, it does. Yeah, now it's kind of like raised up and pointing downwards. That's a classic. Yeah, if it was a ball joint, it could pivot more. That's true. Well, maybe. Might be, yeah. I think that the ball joint is kind of the original idea that I was thinking of, but I think if it's like more kind of like this can only pivot on one axis, but then there's other pivot points, it'll look more heavy duty and like just tougher. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, anyways. Use the onyx stone for the ball joint. Okay. Let's see. Try adding the droid using like a controller. I'll just hide this for now. Your proportions seem a little off, friend. Hmm. Kind of like them just like laid back looking. It's like, oh yeah, I got this. Okay, and then I guess there should be like a control panel. Just like a big and then I'll probably just have their hand resting on the button. That's pretty funny. I like that. That was a really good idea. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And we can still kind of show a lot of that structure, I think. Mm-hmm. Droid feels a little like an artillery spotter. Almost want to see it wearing binoculars, but that's a little ridiculous at this range. It's like they're literally like right beside, just like, found one. Yeah. Okay, that's fun. That's pretty fun. I think I could, let's see, maybe I shrink the droid down. Make it feel even more kind of like, whoa. Yeah. I mean, I could have it actually like sitting and it just has like a little wire. Kind of cute. Hmm. Do I want it like attached to the side of this? I think maybe. I think it's built into the side of that. Seems good. I guess maybe if I move up a little bit, I can kind of show a couple other things. That's probably good like that. Maybe the claw is the same shape as a droid hand. Actually, because of the droid edition, I'm definitely tempted by that. Let's do a variant for sure. All right, so copied that, and in fact, I'll actually even make the arm part like more narrow. Maybe I'll open it a bit more too. Gotta change the perspective on that. If ever I do like an upgraded droid specifically, it should just have like a hand with like 3 kind of pincers instead of 2. Evolved form. Mm. Trap skin, but with a plunger instead. I love it. So silly. Okay, I think I pried that back a little too much, unless I also pry this one back. I think that's more appropriate. Make it look like it's like gonna grab it, kind of thing, right? Just slightly pulled back, primed for the clenching. The clenching. Maybe it'll be called the Clenchmaster 5000. Or maybe that is the worst name ever. The clamps. Do we like it with the 2? There's 4. But 3 is actually kind of optimal for like grabbing a thing, if you think about it. 3 points of contact is actually ideal. Um, 3 is better than 4, yeah. With the blacksmithing I do, I've made a very specific pair of tongs that always make sure that you have 3 points of contact, and like they can grab anything in like any angle. It's kind of crazy because tongs are really difficult when you're working with heavy, glowing hot metals. You do not want stuff kind of wriggling or pivoting out of place. So I have found that three, not that it is actually three pincers, just the design of it, like it's kind of, it bites in multiple places and then things will naturally end up encountering 3 points of contact, and that kind of locks it up in place, which is cool. But let's try the three pronger. Actually, I'll put it in the middle, so we're doing a progression. All right, so this one, we'll use that pivot, the ball joint idea, right? But yeah, also like with metalworking, having like a 3-jaw chuck is a convenient gripper. Very easy to get things locked in nice and secure. Whereas 4, you kind of have to manipulate it quite a bit to try and at least get it concentric. I guess it's still going to grab stuff pretty good, but that's just how it be. Okay. Or it just has like a knob that it just blasts into things. Done. Okay, so if I were to grab, I would probably have the 2 on the top and 1 on the bottom. Also, I guess 3 is much more claw machine. Let me make it look more claw machine. Let's see. Claw machine. Oh yeah, so inefficient. I know I could make it claw machine specifically, right? Like, let's see. So there'd be kind of this. And I don't know if I like this direction for it. I think I like the more kind of droid hand look. The claw. I have been chosen. All right. Ooh. Sorry, I just got Toy Story in my head now. Like that can totally work, right? So there's that claw version, but I think I'm gonna try the droid fingies, or like closer to the original four jaw style. So we get a triangle. Actually, it'll be the opposite direction. Let's make that pivot that way, that way. maybe narrower fingers. Actually, one useful trick is to kind of like start with the fingers and something like this. Kind of be like, okay, this is where I want them to kind of point towards. Try and balance that out. I suppose if I angled them differently, I'd be able to see the internals of this a little better. So maybe just shoots out a boxing glove. I like it too. Oh man, uh, QDX. I have not animated traps because that's like an awesome but dangerous path to go down. It can set precedent of things like that happening again. And as much as I would love to do that, I know that the team as a whole would be like, Jacob, no, no, don't, please, please, we don't need that added complication. And like maybe for like something really special, I'd kind of figure something out. Like I know how to do it, I can do it. But yeah, I unfortunately think that would be something that the team would be like, that's a risky thing to kind of like take us down that road as much as I want to, because I think it's fun. Right. Yeah, I think the claw machine style works better if it's overhead. So if it's like dangling down, for sure. This is a more aggressive angle. It needs to look a little more sprightly. Yeah, exactly. I agree. A little more ready to blast you. Okay. I think these actually would have like 3 finger joints. That's not bad. I might kind of adjust the angles of things. Uh, Maybe closer to rendering, though. Saying that, I'm like, well, it's probably more efficient to adjust them right now during the sketch phase. Help the silhouette a little by having that come forward a bit more. I think this one could drop down just a smidge as well. Try and balance them a bit. They don't need to be like totally balanced though, is the thing. Right? Also, they're not as open as the other ones that we've done. Okay, let's take a gander. At what we got. Okay, so we got claw machine, which admittedly does work. Droid hand, which definitely looks like it packs a punch. Not bad, not bad. And then the original kind of 4 kind of clampers. This one feels meaty. Also a little skewed in a way, like, because I actually did a bunch of kind of transforming and things did literally get like skewed in this kind of direction. So if you're sensing that, that is accurate. Easy enough to tweak though. Okay, so I'm going to leave it to you to decide. Could there be a chance the claw machine is overloaded when played and there's a smoking effect coming out of the engine? I mean, we could have it, you know, have something like that going on. It'll change the tone of how kind of like powerful and epic this thing looks, of course, so keep that in mind. Okay, gonna lower that. Okay, so let's cast a little vote. So I'll go through them again. So we got droid hand. Okay. So 2. We got 3A, the claw machine style. We got 3B, the effective punch grabber. And we got quad damage 4. So give me the 2, 3A, 3B, or 4 in the chat, and we'll see where we land. Four does look more powerful. It could be how it's rendered. Like 3 could end up, well, it's a little bigger. Like if we want 3, but we want it to look punchier, then I'm sure we could manage. But I agree, 4 does look kind of like, oh, it's gonna take a bite. Quad damage. All right. Seems like 4 is taking the cake. Droid claw hand is pretty funny. All right. So far, 4 is winning. Cast your vote. Yeah, I do think it would be a very fun trap to have it be a claw machine. Um, I mean, it could still be that. But yeah, no, I'm thinking 4 is where we want to take it. Like it's gonna like aesthetically look right, and then we still have this cute silliness over here, which I think is great. And yeah, I agree. Like other comments, if we did a claw machine kind of gag, I would prefer also to come from above and kind of like do it that way, right? Like it would sell the idea of it much better as opposed to this thing's supposed to be like a cannon that like blasts out. So I almost want to save this for doing it kind of the drop down style. Um, so rock, paper, scissors, claw. Yeah, yeah. Claw machine for a birthday skin would be really fun. That would be a pretty good idea. I'll put that one in the back pocket. All right. 4 feels right. I think 4 is taking the cake, and I agree. It does definitely feel like it's got the oomph. What is it gonna do when it grabs a mouse? Squeeze it, yoink it away, put it into your winning basket. I mean, I guess that's up to you. Maybe it grabs loot. It shakes him. It like puts him upside down and just kind of shakes it their lunch money. All right, cool. I'm feeling pretty good about this. And we're at 12 o'clock now. So we're doing pretty good on time. Let's see. And All right. I think I want this pivot here to feel more balanced in the middle. Right now, I'm not sure it does. It needs to come back a bit further. And we'll see how clear this idea is. Maybe it's not as necessary to kind of show this idea of this like pivoting platform. Or maybe a way to do that would be to like widen it out over top. But it might not be super clear how that kind of plays into things. Okay, so let me just do a little sanity check, right? So we got this kind of pivoting like this, causing the whole thing to pitch, right? And then that's mounted into this kind of thing here. I should do this on a separate layer. And this has this kind of swivel action here, allowing this whole thing to kind of yaw? No. Well, rotate anyways in kind of that way. You're kind of, I guess, I don't know, depending on your XYZ coordinate idea, some would say that's Z, but I kind of think of it as like X, I guess. At any rate, so this kind of needs to be through here. So I think that actually needs to come down more like that. This I want a little higher up so it doesn't interfere with that rod going through it. And then this one, I think actually needs to be like here. And this one's more about like causing this arm to kind of come forward. Right? It pivots this, which isn't as necessary because there's already the pink kind of axis that does this, right? So do we need that one? I don't know. It looks more interesting with it. Yeah, exactly. It kind of like lets it kind of coil back and then like outstretch. But yeah, it could be more like a scorpion tail. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So I think I am going to make this adjustment to it. So we'll still have it come out to here. Okay. Technically, this ellipse should be angled more like that, because fun little note on ellipses is you want the widest kind of point of them to be perpendicular to its like axis, so like a cylinder, right? You don't want it to be like at an angle like that. You want it to be an angle like that, depending on, you know, the how steep it is. But yeah, the widest point is always going to be kind of 90 degrees to the kind of direction. I don't know how to words. Yeah, if you're drawing stuff and your ellipses look weird, that's almost always why, is you're not kind of like having the you know, thinking about kind of like what actual direction is that ellipse kind of going for, and kind of making it match that. And it's very obvious to see, but like you won't necessarily understand why does that look weirdly kind of rotated or squished, like it's not the right shape kind of thing, right? Oop. Oop. That's not what I grab. There we go. Yeah, it's almost always Y. If you struggle with ellipses, draw a line through kind of the axis of it, and then 90 degrees to that, and then make that the longest point. Would there be a basket for the claw to put the mouse in after catching it? I suppose we could think about that. Speaking of these ellipses that I just talked about, do these feel good? I don't know that they do. Okay. I suppose a lot of artists around this stage would like start really refining the drawing. I'm like, I should do that, but just kind of using clunky, big, chunky sketch brushes. But it's probably at the stage where I should make sure things are kind of really, you know, I know exactly what line is doing what where. Quite a few artists would actually like start a new layer over top of this and redraw it with like tighter outlines and lines. I practically never do that step. I just kind of like block in my silhouettes and then just render and kind of use the sketch as a rough guide. But as long as my silhouette feels good, then I'm gonna trust it. Okay, so I'm actually feeling like maybe the sketch is in a good enough spot. There's all kinds of things like cool trim and stuff like that that I'm like, I'm not worried about it. I'm gonna add that later in it, and it'll kind of like be at a point where I can use that for more kind of guiding the eye and kind of like adding interest and balancing things. So trying to figure it out during the sketch is a great time to do it. Like refining it to a linear is kind of like a good method, but I just kind of skip that step a lot of the time. Tank treads, I don't want it to, yeah, like I like it being stationary and locked to the base. It's literally bolted to the base. Okay, so let's just try blocking some things in. So we're going to start at like the back of it. And let's have this be like actually vertical. I don't know about the purple. Okay, and we'll do a layer on top of that. This can be this kind of swivel point. And again, you'll see me do this a lot. When I'm blocking in, I'm not really caring all that much about what color I use. It's more just about filling in the actual shape of the object and just kind of giving it a full kind of opaque fill. I'm going to go a bit darker so I can see this a little better. Actually, I'm going to knock the sketch down even more. Okay, so there's going to be points where it's like, oh, I want that to be a different layer because there's just so many detailed parts that I want to break it down. But for now, I'm just going to have to try things. All right, so another layer above that. Okay, so this need it to go to the bottom of the base, right? So more like that. Keep it with the perspective of the base. Now it's got like a flat angle at the front here, and then it's suggested rounded back there. I don't know if I'll keep it rounded back there, just because I don't know if it keeps up with the rest of the shape language. We'll go with it for now. Also, this angle feels wrong. Like, I feel like... Also, I'm going to make this sketch a draft layer so I don't grab it by accident. So this should be like that angle, right? Kind of matching. So I'll fix that. Okay, great. This definitely needs to be its own layer. Just because this is going to go in front of this, which this goes on top of that. Put that up at the top. Okay. Let's just throw in another color. Okay, I guess there is this round here which emulates that, so that that kind of, they reference each other, which is not a bad thing. You're coming up on 12:30, so doing pretty good time-wise. I usually take my break at 1 o'clock. Okay, so that's feeling relatively okay. Definitely going to have a lot of detail up in here. It's probably going to be one of the more interesting areas. Let's see what else. This ellipse is feeling odd. Again, thinking of it, we're going that way, so longest point should be perpendicular to that. But also, if this is going through the middle, why would this come out further here and not here? So I'm going to extend that up a little. Also, this has a thickness to it, so we're going to be seeing that. Green or red laser scanner on the front, kind of like Cyclops from X-Men, like the visor. Make me think of like a Cylon kind of thing going on. I think so. There's like this diamond here, and I was thinking of putting some like light kind of in a couple of places, but not like crazy amounts. Just playing with that idea could be neat. So that might happen. We'll see. Thinking about how this would work, this is like, this arm here seems like it's kind of inset into this pivot point. If it is, I need to kind of relief it back here so it could kind of rotate down and not get blocked, right? Because that would kind of limit the actuation of it, if that makes any sense. But at the same time, if this portion here is kind of in between these arms, and these arms are kind of clamping the outer sides of this, that makes this quite narrow down here. And I don't know if it's that narrow. Maybe it widens up here at the top area. But I'm kind of thinking these kind of arms here might need to be on the outer portion of this, right? So it's wide enough for this unit. Although, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Okay, let's get to filling in that. So this, I think, is narrower down here. I feel like I've definitely gotten to this stage of this drawing where I'm just rambling to myself about kind of like things that you'd have to be in my brain to probably access. Because I don't think it's very obvious. Okay, so if I do that, let me change the color of this. So the idea would be that this arm does kind of clamp this undercarriage area. Then this can go over top to show that. Maybe I'll actually like bring that down. Give it more kind of interesting silhouette texture. We'll see about that. Okay, and then that can kind of go to here, let's say. And then you are filling in here. And then we're going to take a look at the silhouette of this pretty soon. Like turning off the sketch, and let's turn off the backdrop just to kind of see like what does that silhouette look like. Any issues? I'm seeing issues. Okay, let's get that arm on. And still doing good on time. Okay, good. Feel like more time passed while I was working on that. Okay, so I'm going to do the palm of it first, and I'm going to do the fingers individually, just because those are definitely a lot more complex. And here's where we might discover that the object shapes are a little bit off, and I might need to shift things. Like right now, that's kind of supposed to be the center, so I think the hand needs to just kind of move down. Just a bit. Grab that as well. Nope. Grab that. There we go. So now that's a little more centered. Though I don't want that part of it. Okay. Great. So this actually should be below the cannon. The cannon shell, I'll call it. but this needs to be sliced to multiple parts. And that moves below. That way I can kind of overpaint things and everything should line up. Okay. Change the color of that. That's a lot darker than I expected. Cool. Okay. Back at it. All right, so let's do fingies. Okay. Do a layer above that. Do a slightly different color. Again, make sure your ellipses are going in the correct direction. And we'll do something like that. Sorry if I'm getting quite quiet. It's getting into kind of focused engineering mode apparently. Okay. I need to make these brighter so I can see them better. Other things that are inspiration for it. Good question. I was looking at kind of the a couple of just like different MouseHunt traps. Actually, one of the ones that is kind of reminiscent and a little bit of an inspiration because originally I had it like pointing up and stuff, but the harpoon trap pointing down, and a couple other traps. There was some ones from like claw shot and stuff that like had some cool kind of tech stuff, but I wanted to make it a little more kind of advanced feeling. That felt very kind of uh, old school steampunk. I want this to feel more like not steampunk, but like cyberpunk, but not that far. Somewhere in between, right? Like steampunk from previous traps, but like with a leveled up tech tree kind of thing. I guess that kind of vibe. Yeah, net launcher, absolutely. Yeah, it does remnant like feel like that. That's definitely true. Uh, oh, xenomorph trap skin with the claws, the extra mouth. Just that's that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, so let's do. Actually, so I'm gonna put all these into one folder here because they are on one of the axes. I'm gonna put one layer above them all to rule and bind them. And you are my ellipse maker. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna go really strong here. And you're the bigger one at the base. Okay. Yeah, an alien Halloween trap would be pretty cool. I love Alien. When I'm like under the weather and just like couch bound, I'll throw on like the entire box set. The later ones are terrible, but they're still fun. Use the wrong brush for that. Okay, so that's looking better. Hmm. Romulus was really good. Yes. It was I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of the right one, but it was like such a love letter to the originals. Like there was so many scenes that were references, but like they were done in a way that I like appreciated a lot. I thought that it was like super like the creator of it like clearly loved the originals. Um, yeah, probably. I'm trying to remember like all my thoughts around it, but like I thought it was very good. Like the sound design, if I'm thinking of all the right stuff, like it was like oh that brought me right back. And like the just kind of cinematography was kind of capturing the right things. And like about it getting a little like silly, like it does actually get a little silly, like the Alien franchise. So that's also part of it. Yeah, yeah, exactly that. Yeah, yeah, it did have a lot more. Like it really, they were like, you know what? That's the stuff that made it good, and they really made it feel like it was like back in the '80s again, or whatever, right? So I was impressed. And like I thought it was gonna be like, oh no, this is gonna be, like the new generation, but like it's made for a different audience completely because it's like teens and stuff. But yeah, they did a good job. I was quite impressed. Okay, so let's do another folder. We're gonna do the same thing. this, we're going to need two folders actually. We're going to need the back fingies and the front fingies. Also, this one is incomplete. Do that. There. Good. Okay. Start with the back fingies. Mm-hmm. Mouseless mouse. Yeah, yeah. I completely agree. It being more of a thriller than like, or yeah, like suspense thriller kind of thing. Like where it's just building tension and stuff. Like that's what it's about. Agreed. Okay, I think I need to sort of try to dissect this a little bit. So we'll start here. And this needs to go here. Maybe it's a little wider. I'm just trying to like actually honor the geometry of this. If I were in my college object drawing class, I would probably be raked over the coals for how like incorrect the alignments and things are of things. So I'm gonna try and correct it. It'll look more convincing. Like thinking back to like technical drawing where you actually like took all these measurements and you know aligned things with rulers and like it's cool stuff. And I know how to do it, but I'm not doing it very good. But for like mech tech stuff, like it's very useful to use those principles correctly. Otherwise, it works, but it like won't look convincingly, like correct. Also, it does look like it's kind of tilted up still. Yeah. Do one of these. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. All right, so you get another layer. Gotta go at this angle. We're gonna widen that finger out a little bit. You're more narrow, but you're keeping that angle. It's probably fine. And you get another layer here. Same idea. I think if it goes here, that might be better. We'll like see the underside of the finger. So we're going off sketch. This is not uncommon. Okay, so we'll go here, create a new layer. We're gonna go bright. Meet up with that. Okay, we're gonna go here, layer between those two. Boom, 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 boom. Actually, this one should be above both. Okay, great. And we're looking at it upside down. So this is going to be the top side. Might as well brighten it up so we can see our faces more easily, right? Okay, and then we're going to do a layer above this. Maybe I'll go out to here. We can probably adjust that finger if it looks too small. It might. Also, the alignment might be creating a weird tangent, but we'll find out in a second. Okay, and then this one, layer above here. Okay, so let's turn them all on. Yeah, I think that finger maybe needs to be, this one doesn't seem like a bad size. I'm gonna make that go out more. So it's still quite closed. Okay, let's take a look at all this without the sketch on now. So this fingy here, we got kind of like a tangent happening here. I don't like where that's aligned to. So I might open the hand a little bit more, because this one, it looks like it's coming into the center anyways, whereas the other ones feel like they're more kind of like opened out. And I think that will make it look like it's more ready to grab. So I'm gonna open that finger up more anyways. It'll give us more kind of visuals to kind of enjoy looking at. Something that I could do as well is kind of create a ellipse to kind of really show me how off everything is. Like, this is technically how I probably should have done it. B2, oh, it's so thin. Let's see. Let's do thick brush size so I can actually see this. So I probably should have done something like this. And that kind of gives me, it's a little narrow. Let's try that again. This time I'll do it for this part here. And you see how like not centered things are. Maybe that's okay though. It's a little more organic. Okay, let's adjust that. Okay, well, at any rate, what we are definitely seeing is this finger is kind of going into the ellipse a lot stronger than the others. And are we in alignment with that? It's hard to... That's a little better. Okay. So yeah, let's move this fingy. Kapow. We're going to try it up here. We're going to move you here. And we're going to move you here. And this, I'm just going to repaint. There we go. And with the lighting and stuff, we're going to make that much easier to actually see what's going on. But I like that. I think that works pretty good. I liked that orange contrast there, so I'm actually going to make this kind of gem thing. If I even keep this. That like orange color maybe. Actually, I could give it almost like the droid eye lighting, which should be kind of neat. So, you know, something to think about with that, I guess. Okay, turn the sketch back on. We're 5 minutes to lunch break, which is actually perfect timing. So we've nearly kind of blocked in all of our linear silhouette kind of stuff. So I'm feeling good. The sketch is a little bit disruptive there because the hand changed quite a bit, but I like where we've gone with the hand. So I'm going to do is I'm going to mask off these fingers here that just kind of are different, so it's not as disruptive to look at. That's cool. Yeah, it does feel like it's kind of like tilted up a bit, but like, I don't know, it maybe is appropriate that it's kind of like, I almost feel like it can like look around like those the door eyeball in Star Wars or whatever. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Let's give her droid. Put the sketch up there. Just really quickly block them in. Legs should probably be on a different layer. A little bit of a tilt. Should be using my, I have like a smoothed opaque brush. So it kind of like makes gentler slopes for me. Does a little bit of correction on the stroke, which can help because I do not have perfectly steady hands to be able to control that. Just good. You know what? This can just go darker. There we go. Oh, that was supposed to be on it. All right. Well, we'll just do that. Hand mixer. Oh man, that'd be funny. Yeah, like the stirring rods and stuff. Boxing glove. Like I like the idea of all these different kind of skin ideas. They're very fun. So much we can do with this one. Okay, so this can go here as well. Great. 1 minute. Let's get those arms real quick. Tube arms, thank you. And we are at 1 o'clock, but I'm just going to finish blocking in this character. The colors are not very pleasing and easy to discern, which is not necessarily ideal, but we're just blocking in real quick. It's okay. Alright, and then I'm going to do another folder as the control board. Boop, 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 boop. This needs to be in front of the droid. The emotes are still going. So powerful. Okay, that, and big red button. Okay, we can deal with all that fun when I return from my lunch break. But so far, loving it. I think this is going to be a really fun one to render. I know that like there was already a lot of it kind of figured out, but I kind of had an idea that came to me yesterday and it worked. So I'm pretty happy with that. But we're going to go on lunch break. I'll be back at 2 o'clock, so like 57 minutes-ish. And I'm going to put up a timer so you know when I shall return. And I will have a Larry link for you all. It's a good one. And we will pick up where we left off. And I do believe, let me save this first. I do believe that I have a time lapse going for this one. So we'll be able to enjoy kind of seeing the sketch at least that you missed, right? Because I started this off camera. So let me get that playing out. And you can see kind of where I started with some concept stuff, right? And actually, let me go to my lunch view, see what's kind of blocked. I'll start that over. Whoop. Here we go. That's a better position. All right, just about there. It's just one of those days, okay? And I'm going to set that to all. And I shall be back in about 56 minutes. All right. Have a good lunch or break or whatnot. I will see you when I see you in that time that I will return with. Goodbye. Well, hello there. We're back. Lunch is done. Boop. How's it going? Okay, so let that play out to this point. And 2 o'clock. Boom. Okay, so I got a Larry link. Boop. Yay, it let me post it. I was expecting it to not let me post it because of all the fun tech difficulties I end up with. All right. Good, good, good. I know, right? Max Ross, yeah, that's definitely like on the wish list for me as well. The turtle trap, getting some little outfits, ninja style. Okay, so before break, we basically blocked in all the silhouettes of everything. Let's take a look at it without the sketch on, see if anything kind of stands out as like, ew, it's terrible. I guess one way to really check is to do something like this. Set that to normal, and boom. Get a proper silhouette going. So honestly, I like this silhouette. I think it's actually pretty clear. This little gap here is actually quite nice. Might even enhance that just a smidge. Should have made each of these fingers. Oh, actually, this one is the separate one. It's handy. Okay. Yeah, that's good. This technically would have the arm bar back here, I think. What layer are you? Maybe it'd be like that. Not critical. I'm a little tempted to kind of like render this axle like completely and then use a mask to kind of cut away there, maybe. But also I'm reminded that this would actually need to be back here too. Or did we decide to have it internal? I think we made it internal, actually. Never mind. Because we narrowed this. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I think that's about right. Okay, so next step. Guess this. make that feel like there's more platform behind it to reinforce that blasting. Oop. Seems fine. Okay. That would be quite the cruel troll. It is not April 1st. Okay. Wrong wire, apparently. Now, as I said, the kind of reference piece that I was going off of, there aren't really any 90-degree angles. So I think there's a lot of like 30s, 45s, and then like curves to kind of like be central points of interest. So I'm going to try and use those design principles. So this here is more like a 90 degree. So I don't want that. I'm going to clip that, make them kind of hex angles 30 degrees. And this can be a round. So now we get to figure out how to move forward on a complex, tech design. These are tricky. Any wiring or all internal circuits? That's a great question. I don't really have an answer for that necessarily. Also, with the winch here, I think I'm going to have the cable on the underside because that would just make more sense as to how the mechanic would fire and want to kind of pull in. It just seems like it'd be less efficient if it rolled over and then it'd have a steeper angle. Whereas if it rolled under, it'd at least be a little more in line, probably more efficient. Okay, so we have the sketch kind of blocked in. So I'm actually going to drop the sketch down even further. Yeah. That's probably a good thing. Let's see, I might pull this reference outside just so that I can see it more easily. And so what's a good next step? I think establishing some base colors isn't a bad idea. Get the overall kind of light, and then we can start kind of figuring out details. Or we could start kind of figuring out like the trim design, kind of dance that all over before messing with lighting. Either is good, I think, but I'm thinking getting these like Nerf colors resolved a bit would be probably good. So I think I'll actually give this some kind of background color to set more of a scene. Let's see, what would be kind of cool. I like the orange and the purple, actually. So I'm thinking I might even play with that a bit. Let's see what that could end up giving us. Like almost like a sunset kind of orange. And go to like something like that's kind of cool. Kind of like that. A little more of an interesting kind of environment. Okay, so that's cool. Let's try. I'll grab this blue. Just start slapping it around. Kind of more mechanical, right? And then I do like the kind of the brass, but maybe not use brass exactly. Like maybe something that fits the environment different. I don't know. Let's do that one darker. That one, whoop, more like that. And let's give ourselves a little bit of maybe just try and give ourselves a little 3-dimension kind of planes to look at. Could do the same thing here. Okay, so can grab that, maybe take it to here. .90-degree angles, I don't want them. Maybe something more dynamic. Okay, just giving myself some different planes to kind of look at that will suggest, you know, some shapes, but I'm not like locked in on any of these. I'm just experimenting really quick to see if I can quickly develop a feel for it. Maybe that would actually still be here. Seems like a good opportunity for the trim to kind of break those angles up a bit. Yeah. Okay, and then this, we're gonna have to do this spool and stuff. Like, we're gonna have to break this down into several layers. Honestly, it's pretty complex here. So I'll have to get to that pretty quick. But for now, this is just still kind of almost blocking in phase, honestly. But yeah, like this, I think I'll slice that out. We're gonna put the winch kind of roll here with the cables. So let's actually do that right now. And we're gonna hello? Wait. There we go. Weird. Couldn't select the tool I wanted. I think a hotkey was stuck. Okay, and then if I go and do this, ooh, actually, let's use the polyline. It's a little better at getting selection pen. No, I thought I have a tool for like polyline. This one, yeah. I guess I don't have it hotkeyed. That I don't do a lot of straight lines in MouseHunt art, honestly. It's usually only like text stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna slice that out. We're also gonna slice that out. And then I'm gonna move that down there, and this, oop, hello, let me switch tools, thank you very much. Okay, we're just gonna fill that in. Wrong thing. These are supposed to be above. There we go. Okay. And I'm actually going to do the roll on a different layer anyways, so don't need to fill that in. You erase away and bring it back. Okay, so now we have kind of like the socket. Although now that I'm looking at that, I'm like, these don't align at all. Like that's just geometrically not it, right? Let me just show what I'm talking about here. Brush size, is that, yeah, that's huge. It's like, why is it so big? Okay. Yeah, so we have like these angles, right? This is off. This should be the front here. Should be more like that. So I gotta tweak that. This is fine, but notice that it should go to like basically back here, right? Before it kind of does that. So that I gotta tweak. Great. Okay, cool. Actually, I'll leave that here and just do this. Boom, boom. Just obliterate it. It's fine. Hide that. Better. A little bit of overpaint to get a nice tight corner there. Right. Okay, cool. So that's definitely pulled in more, which is kind of the dimension that it needs to be. Like these arms might be a little wider than that spool. And also we're gonna do the spool now. So let's bump that back up. Yeah, I don't need to use the line tool for that. I was just having fun. All right. I think I could shorten. Let's see how it looks with that. Like, is this getting too blocked off by the golden shield? If so, maybe we want to move the spool down here. It might look better too, with it having less like big rabbit ear kind of thing going on. I think that works. I want to be able to like identify this, you know, see that, oh, okay, that's some kind of spool, coil of cable, right? Oh, whew. Yeah, that's true. The bronze or brass is nice because we don't have a lot of that metal finish, maybe coppery tinged even, since I like the orange. I don't disagree with that. Although I guess yeah, like the kind of more kind of claw shot trap, like there was a lot of um, brass and bronze in that kind of tech realm. Um, so I'm thinking like there is actually quite a bit. It's just not in kind of like certain area. Well, I can't go into details too much, but yeah, that might actually be like the accenting color is like the kind of brass or bronze or I even like I don't do copper a lot, which is an interesting one. Copper is pretty nice. Could do more of that. Okay. All right. I'm gonna hide this. It's so distracting. Okay. Does it run on hydraulics? I think it could actually. Like I think there is going to be like a hydraulic piston here for this arm. So I mean, we could have like yeah, like some kind of pressure system. Have like a cylinder that like is like controlling the hydraulics or something like that. Like why not? I think that it's hydraulics is very powerful too. Now the cannon blast kind of idea, I don't know what that energy source is. Like it could be like black powder if we want, like have like a fuse on the side of it or something fun. But I don't know. I think it could be kind of a little more like high techy. Like if we have all this like potential of cool glowing bits, maybe we kind of like have the back chamber here look a little more juiced up and powerful, right? And that might suggest the idea of kind of some kind of power source that can launch this arm of awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna do one of these. Again, my object drawing teacher from college would probably be like failing me because all these ellipses are probably not good enough. They're tricky. They're tricky. But like also they're easy if you just follow the rules of how to construct them properly. Like it's not too bad. It just takes more time to do it correctly, and sometimes I'm too kind of, especially on Feedback Friday, I can end up being a little too much like, all right, go, 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 and you know, it makes for a good art stream, honestly, and I don't mind that things aren't like perfect. So okay, I think I'm gonna have to move that back a bit, but this ear is gonna get shortened too, so shouldn't be a problem. Let's bring in our perspective guide. So here you can barely see it, but this kind of like line here is our kind of horizontal matching the base kind of uh, perspective line, like that kind of perspective angle, um, right? And as we go up, it kind of flattens out a bit more because the horizon line is actually above the view. Now, a lot of the traps we've illustrated kind of play with that space and they lie. We kind of fisheye lens things so that you get to see like under things, or like we kind of like change the actual kind of, we warp the viewpoint to kind of create different feelings. Like if I really wanted to make this feel like massive and imposing, that's actually something I would potentially do, is kind of like alter it so that instead we're looking above and down towards it, have it where it's kind of like we're kind of like half its height or even lower, and so we're going to be seeing the underside of it. And so we have tricks to make that work, and there's not a lot of things that give it away necessarily in a scene like this. So, it's not something where you look at it and it's like, whoa, that's really incorrect feeling. We kind of get away with a lot by doing that stuff, but it's not a bad thing. Again, it's kind of one of those things where it's the rule of cool. If it is more cool looking to do it that way, then that is all the reasoning you need to do it that way. That's definitely part of the MouseHunt philosophy. Okay, so that is a little more to scale. Bring that back. A little bit of over painting to just kind of get nice crisp corners. Great. Okay. Now I can see there's like some fun kind of like sketch stuff that I'm like, ooh, I kind of like those greeble bits. So we'll see if we can bring those in. We just are probably going to shift them around to different places. Like this was expecting it to be way up here, and so we're going to have to make adjustments to that. But at the same time, it looks okay like that. And I'm just going to slope it in. The center point here is going to be like there's going to be like kind of the roller rod pin here off the side that we can see. So that's useful. Okay. And in this case, we are looking up at this piece. So, or sorry, no, we aren't. I misspoke. We are not looking up at this piece. We are kind of like just barely eye level above it, based off of the way that the perspective is working here. Okay, I do think that adding some trim is going to change a lot of this, right? Like by kind of like adding a different note. So I think we'll keep blocking in like this because it's really important to establish a lot of things. But I think that'll be good to kind of like get that stuff before we like go crazy on lighting. Obviously, it's lighting is kind of always something that's better resolved further in. Well, perhaps it's not obvious, but that is generally a thing. Okay. Like it's good to get it loosely blocked in, but don't go crazy on it before you have, your main design elements kind of resolved. Okay, grab that. We're going to go even darker for that, just to really help kind of establish the hierarchy. Cable. Let's just do this really quick. Oh, that's not it. good enough for now. Yeah, I don't want it to feel. Yeah, that's true. I don't really want it to feel like that. And which is where I think that the kind of fantasy, like high tech kind of, you know, these kinds of details with gems and stuff like that, I think is going to take it away from that. Like right now, I'm just kind of establishing like this metal frame, like heavy duty equipment machine kind of vibe. So I mean, the fact that it has a bit of that feel is probably a good thing towards that. But I definitely don't want it to feel like that at the end. That is not the vibe. Okay. So let's just quickly block in a little more of this. I do want it to feel like a cannon, but, okay. You, boom, grab that, clipping layer, boom. Oh yeah, I needed to extend this foot, didn't I? Let's pull that reference back. Where was that? You? Yes. Okay. So this kind of ledge is close enough. But this... wait, how do I do that? Okay, I think I know. You need to actually move up here. That seems... Okay, well, let's see. This angle is definitely different. Right? It's more like that. Curious. Okay, let's double check things. Yeah, I think that this central pivot thing is not actually in the middle. And so if I'm like working off of actual structural drawing, I'll discover that like, oh, it's actually way too narrow. It's a weird oblong. So let's turn on our perspective. So what should happen is, see how this line here, the front ledge of this is on that line, right? Or just behind that line. So, oh, wait. I just misdrew that, I guess. My bad. Okay. Not nearly as bad as I thought. We're good. Okay, I can fix this. Wait, no, that's the inside. Okay, we're still dealing with it. Ignore me. Okay, so how wide is this? This is kind of like too wide, effectively, ish. Yeah. So it almost seems like it needs to come out to here. I have this nice red line. Maybe I'll just work off that. Goes to that. Whoa, what do I have select? I have so many different things selected. Okay, let's try that again. All right, so that goes back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so it's like all the way back here. Okay, I need to fill this in. That seems off. Okay. Well, this is what we get to do in art, is kind of diagnose our bad drawings. Figure out what in the world has gone wrong. Nope. This layer. So what might actually end up happening is, as I kind of fix this, I'll discover, oh, these are like really wide set, and it's going to look way better if I actually like pull them in, which I think is going to be a good thing. I kind of like the idea of these kind of like clumping over top the base and like really kind of clamping onto it. So I'm thinking, I do that sometimes. I'm actually going to grab this, and we're going to go boom, and down to this, overpaint that, erase that away. So we're going to bite in an entire kind of block here, and that means that that's going to be the new bottom here. And that's going to be the new bottom here. That works for me. All right, and now this is where, but this is going to go over by 1. So boom. Am I on the right layer? Yes. And now this, boom. There's a lot of sirens out today. Don't know if you can hear through my mic, but yeah. So that seems better. Okay, now that needs to be less thick, which I think is approximately here. And then this, so that's actually like, it really kind of briefs it up. Feels nice and heavy, and I like that. All right, so this is still too thin now looking, because I need this to now do that. And that. Not thick enough. This one looks thicker than this one by a long shot. It's not vertical. That would be why. Boom, and then at the red line. Boom. Much better. Oh yeah, that's heavy duty feeling. That's got some girth. Still not looking correct if I'm being, oh yeah, it's because this is the red line. That now needs to cut here. Of course. Of course. That. That. Okay. Now we're cooking. Still feels a bit thick. We don't need to like absolutely perfect this at this moment. Again, this is like, as I render, I'll make decisions and tweak things. But that's feeling better. Okay. Yeah, and again, I don't want it to look like some kind of like SMG or something like that. So we're gonna modify this and make it much more fantasy and whimsical. FBF BDE Feedback Friday Bad Drawing Edition. I don't know. Like my philosophy is all drawing is kind of like uh, got bad in it, and then it's just about correcting as you go, right? Like that's just how drawing works. It just you have things that are not perfect, and you keep working, and then it gets better. Um, I guess there are some artists that they just put out perfection as they go somehow, but rarely the case. I think most artists will kind of like build a skeleton of kind of like, yeah, it's kind of what I want, and you just get you refine it and make it better as you go. A truly bad drawing day, which I have plenty of, to be perfectly honest, are ones where it's kind of like you you feel like you can't kind of like improve the thing that you've put on the page. Like nothing you try is kind of like taking it in the correct direction. Uh, yeah, those are frustrating, and just kind of feels like you're like just spinning your wheels at times. But usually, with enough persistence, it kind of gets better. But some days is just kind of like I don't think this is gonna work at all. Uncool. But the more of those you have, the easier it is to just kind of like force it to work in a sense. Like eventually, you kind of get to a place where you've done what you need in a sense. Like as I've said before, you'll never make a piece as perfect as you want to be able to take it. So you just kind of have to understand that that's always going to be the case, and pick and choose your battles really. Let's see. Yeah, it's just nice to kind of have a frustrating art time and then it starts working. Um, I rarely have an art day where it's just like always working. I suppose those are the truly nice ones, but that's not usually how that works. So, okay, let's go a little more. What do I at? Like maybe that just to give a little more dimension to this. Not super important to do that yet, but saw those angles and I was like, I want to hit that with some light. Because, okay. So this panel is coming out more than this kind of arm thing. What is that? Oh, I erased the wrong thing. Ah, that's what that is. I was like, what? There we go. Do you have a macro for like clicking emotes? Because like I don't get it. How is it non-stop and just always going? Like it's good. It fuels me. I see it in the corner of my eye going. But yeah, so I don't like that's some clicking. You could be baking cookies with that. There's so many clicker games that those skills would be far too powerful. Not to encourage People get lost in those games. My goodness, they are dangerous. Number Go Burr game. I have to stay away. Risky stuff. Okay. All right. So I'm relatively happy with the kind of like shapes that have been blocked in. I think to the point where I could start to maybe like start doing the trim design, and I think that would be really lovely to kind of start to figure that out, because I think that's going to really impact a lot of the actual like design. Okay. And this, what's that? What are you? Don't know what that was. Okay, I'm going to actually break that into a layer below. And we're going to do this. Get our hydraulic rod. Whoop. You're not on your own layer. How dare. Boom. And sure. Okay. We have a hydraulic. Woo! What would that do if this is one solid piece? So we got to break that up a little bit. In perspective, and boom. Cool beans. Okay, and then gonna have something like that. Almost like arm bones, I guess. There we go. So now it can extend. Initials improve every drawing. I don't disagree. 2 fingers double the emotes. Okay, let's see. Do a crisp line for that. Actually, this angle, I think I want to tilt it way more forward. It almost looks like a cauldron pouring. Whoa. That is not a hotkey I meant to hit. Let's save. It's been a little bit. Okay. Good and heavy duty feeling. Okay. I think enough is kind of coming together. So it's not a good spot for that. So let's start adding the trim. Yeah. It is time. Okay. So we got some cool inspo Vise gloves from Arcane or League of Legends or whatever you want to kind of the IP. Gauntlets. I don't know what. Okay. Only hydraulic on one side. It'd be on the other side. You just can't see it. Although the segmentation, I guess, does need to happen here. Right? So let's do this. You know what? I'm just seeing how, like, the perspectives are telling me my angles. My angles, Jacob. Oh, they're not as bad as I thought. Some of them are worse, but let's do this. Tiny cleanup. Easy fix. Okay. And back to the masking process. Boom. There we go. Nice and silhouetted. Easy. Okay. All right, so we're going to go to the top here. And let's do a folder. Trim. Yeah, let's grab this kind of like bronze color here. Go a little stronger, just so I can see what I'm doing. All right. Trying to avoid 90-degree angles. Okay, I like the ellipse action. How big a brush do we have? Oop. Okay, so I want to get some line weight variation. Um, and in this kind of aesthetic, outer kind of areas have like thicker line weight and inners have thinner. So we're going to try and use that idea. So let's make these a bit thinner even. I want it to be a pretty distinct difference between the weight. And this is actually a good time to start using like a line tool here. So that's way thick. That's not a bad internal line size. That is 8 brush size. We're gonna do 8 brush size for this as well. And let's do a nice double curve. But this outer one, we can kind of thicken up. Maybe. Okay, and that's looking good. What's a good thickness for the outers? 30? 30 seems good. That's a bit much even. 25. 25 is good. It's quite thick. All right, and let's see. It goes to like silvers potentially at the very edge there. Some flats. Okay. So again, I want to avoid 90-degree curves. So I'm going to do that. And we're going to go down to the inside walls. And let's kind of like replicate that. And introduce a curve. Like, I think having mixes of curves and straight lines create a lot of visual interest, right? And there's also a lot going on with like the different planes, what's kind of at like the surface is tilted slightly and kind of like at different angles, and how do we play in that space? There's like so much to kind of do. Like I could have that be straight across, or we could have this panel kind of come out more, and I think that could create some intrigue. I think also figuring out some of the glow is actually going to be useful too. So let's actually play with that space. So I like the palm having almost like an Iron Man kind of glow. So it looks like when it like grabs something, it can just like blast it. Who knows? So that's an idea there. I think we talked briefly about the idea of like they're feeling like they're being some kind of power source. So kind of a way to do that maybe is even having some kind of like meter, like a battery or like charged up kind of feeling. What else? Angle is not quite good. Boom. Boom. There we go. All right. Maybe that. I don't know. I don't like that. It feels too Terran. I want that, but like curved. So let's try this. Make it feel a little more fun. It's a little more interesting. It could be that the body of that is round. A droid in a hamster wheel for the power side. Like maybe that's the how the winch retracts is just running on a little conveyor belt or in a hamster wheel to kind of like cause that to spin. Ooh, I heard an opponent in chess make a move. Let's see how wrecked I am. Okay, he didn't do what I thought he was gonna do. Classic. Okay, well, actually, it might be better for me than I thought. Go there. Rude. Okay. Yeah, that's a bummer. Okay, I will deal with that later. Not good. All right, we got CBS. Can tell that my Steam is running low or something. Getting the text in right away. I think we got a little bit in us. I don't think we're ready to like put the names in just yet, but it'll get there. Yes, of course. I am dueling with Kasparov. I'm definitely that elo. I've been playing a bunch of games with a friend of mine from Axe Throwing, and my elo right now is like 12 something, like 1250 maybe. He's listed as 1500. However, anytime we like finish a game and it like does the kind of like analysis, his ends up like scoring at the like 2000 range. So, yeah. Yeah, I agree. The middle cylinder, it feels squished. It does not feel cylindrical. Completely seeing that, right? Like this feels too narrow, like it's tilted further away from us. So I think it needs to kind of like widen like this. Again, my object drawing teacher. Oof. Like, let's actually do a little. I haven't done this in years. Absolute years. Okay. So this is kind of how you would actually figure out what does the shape need to be. So I'm going to find kind of like my middle points here. Actually, I'm going to do this like way up at the top so I can actually see what's going on. So many layers. We'll get there one day. One day we'll get there. All right, good enough. Okay. So making it a cylinder, it's going to be a square, like a symmetrical kind of shape when viewed from like above, right? So if we got Like this is a cylinder from like a side angle, for example, right? It's kind of shorter in this direction, longer in this direction, but if we're looking at it straight on, it's a perfect circle, so it's like all symmetrical. So what we would do is actually like plot out a box to kind of contain that. And you potentially start with a box. And you use these corners to find the middle point, and at the edge of the circle, you're going to have it touching the sides of the box here, 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 and here. And then to actually kind of figure out, okay, well, where does the circle land in here? You you connect those corners, and then from this corner to here, you cut that down, and then half of that, half of that. Is it like here? It's being too long. But effectively, you're kind of having the halves. I might be wrong. Maybe it's just halfway. I feel like it is actually half to half to half. Okay, well, let's see how off this is. Ba-doom. That's a bit of a thick circle. Let's go much thinner. Dagnabbit. Should have done it on a different layer. Alright. We're going to try again. It's going to work, I swear. Okay. So let's see how off I was. I mean, this is really rough. Like, very scribbled. Okay, so it's like... You can kind of see the idea. It does look like it's halfway. Okay. So you can establish kind of like a cylinder by drawing a box, if you will, and then elongating it. So now I'm going to come back over to this, and I'm going to pull up my perspective, and I'm going to say, okay, cool, this is the bottom of the circle. I'm going to draw in perspective. And that's the top of my circle. So in perspective. And now I need to actually determine what is the appropriate width. I feel like there is an actual way to determine that. And now I don't remember. Is that too wide? That looks too wide to me. But maybe it's not. Okay, actually, yeah. So technically, if this is the angle, like the axis of the cylinder, right? That's going to tell us some things. So then this perpendicular to that is going to be the widest point, right? And let's say that does not look very perpendicular, does it? That's better. Still not. That looks better, right? Like we're trying to do 90 degrees. So this is the widest point. Okay. Goodness. I know there is a way to do this. It's just been like 20 years since I've actually used these skills properly. Tutorial on how to draw a burrito. You are correct. Make a lump. Put tinfoil on it. That's about it. All right. So what's the technique? How do I actually... Okay, that does seem like that's more correct. Sure. Okay, so then this would go back here. This would go back here. Following all that perspective goodness. Basically make the box down here again. Following these same ideas. Let's go back down to this. That's so wide. Oh, right. It's because this is the angle. Okay. Pardon me while I mumble to myself about art skills. And we'll do this. See, now this is like quite stumpy. And that should crisscross. Okay, it's not quite right. It should have crisscrossed like right on that pink line, but whatever. We don't need to be absolutely perfect. Okay, and then hot pink. So that, this should be the widest point here, shouldn't it? And orange. Okay, you know what? Ellipse tool. Engage. Whoop. Not wide enough. Or not long enough. Dagnabbit. Should have been on a different layer. That was a good one. Wait. Okay, maybe. Now I'm just using the computer to help. Okay, we'll make it too big. That's fine. And now I'm going to rotate it. And I'm going to compress the sides. Like so. Hey, what do you know? That is the ellipse. Or it should be. Bring that down. Shrink it just a smidge. It don't look right to me. Eh. Yeah, that's not perpendicular, is it? Like, this don't look right. I'm gonna flip this and it'll just be like so much more obvious. Okay. Let's go with that. Sure. Did any of this matter? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, we're going to use this. Let's turn that off. This. Okay, and then if I were to do a little bit of shading on this, it'd be like in line with that line. Just so we have it. Okie dokie. And this here, you can go away, you can both jump down and become little details. Where are we in the structure? Here we go. Now, if I move this one down or up, and this one down, and we mask off and then whoop, there. It kind of still feels wide after all that. I'm sure it's fine. I'm gonna look at it with fresh eyes on Monday and be like, what did I do? It's so wrong. Okay, structural problems like the earlier messages. Thank you. It's missing the support from the cylinder to the cannon on the back side. I thought that's what this is. Right, like that arm here, is it in a bad position? It might be in a bad, like if this is sticking out, yes, that needs to kind of, and I am going to make it stick out now that I'm looking at it, because originally this was kind of like scooped in, and I carved away back there so that it could kind of, but it'd make more sense if it was actually on the outside of that, so I'm going to do that. So let's do that. Hopefully that's what you were getting at. That does feel better. Yes, that is it. Okay, great. Good. I'm glad that you can sleep easier with that. That was my goal. Why can't I see that? Try that again. Okay, this actually technically disappears under, like halfway down. But I think I want to be there and there. Because. All right. Let's get back to doing trim, I think. Okay, I like these bolts. I kind of sketched in a long time back, but I don't think they even really made it through the sketch process. I can do the same here. Curve, maybe? Do we transform to a thin one, maybe? Could be interesting. Not perfect yet, I agree. I agree. It's also gonna like eat away at me until I resolve. Like the top of this compared to that, like there is wonky things happening, my friends. And I do not like that. That is lowered. Okay, central point. Top of that. Red line there. Tron lines. Yeah, we need Tron trim lines. I agree. Don't get too distracted, me. We need our trim. And also now I want to listen to the Tron soundtrack. I do love me some Daft Punk. Okay, that's... Don't give me the big one. Down to size 7. How about let's take a quick look at some interesting triangle into a flat, round, angles, triangles. Okay, okay, okay. It's a little Art Nouveau kind of vibe. Okay, and then what if I go Okay, I like that. I think that's kind of interesting. Although 90 degrees. Uh-oh. Whoop whoop. Broke my rule. Triangled out. Okay. That's pretty interesting. It looks like circuits with the copper kind of look to it, right? Trim lines on the droid. Maybe. Let's actually give them a little bit more complexion. Looking a little pasty, my friend. Wash is under my chair right now. Snoozing away. Noodle arms. Droid. Not done, but, you know, more droid than before. Don't you mean Plankton from SpongeBob looks like MouseHunt droids? Ooh. We got Super Bee Factory. When will we get Droid Factory? That's an interesting one. Great question. Droid's little toesies too dark. Okay, I don't need to keep rendering this guy. Or do I? All right. I think you're right. I think it is getting to be that time. Time to put some names. Should just start introducing droid lore into the game without mentioning it, factoring the distance, on-trap skins, supply references, and items descriptions. Inventor name casually slipped in somewhere. I don't know, maybe that stuff exists. Who knows? Who knows? Like how like gigantic this button is and how thin the board is. Like couldn't even push it down very far. Big juicy button. Me give a red herring? Never. That's true. It could have like a plug that's kind of hanging below, or like when it pushes, it actually just kind of sticks out the bottom, and then the droid has to like kind of like lift from underneath and pop the button back up. We don't know. We don't know how these work. You know, it's always a mystery. More 3D on the joystick? We could do more 3D on the joystick. I think I'm going to tweak the color on that. It feels a little muddy. EB in Metallica font. Okay, okay. Like the lightning bolts. How not to use it. Dallas, that's awesome. That's very funny. Okay, let's see. Where can I put EB? Metallica font as well. Like, I feel like that could. Let's see. Let's go up to the trim layer. See if I can do this. Can't claim to have ever done Metallica style font before. Now, the interesting about it is it's always like the outside letters are like sloped down, and the top has a shorter kind of bolt. The bottom has a much longer bolt. So something like this, maybe? Like that, kind of? Maybe? That's tough. B would definitely be slanted like that, wouldn't it? Like the B part there, slanted up. Well, it's an attempt at it. Also doing it at like a slant too. Okay. Does that rocket back in? It's a very specific aesthetic, obviously. It's not, if I do say so myself, that somewhat is getting the idea, but yeah. Oh, good question. Pedro asks, is there any plan to redraw some of the oldest mice? New players might not have any idea about how awesome the designs in the new areas are. Thank you very much. Toggle to see some old ones would be nice. That is something we've done before, and I would love for us to like have the bandwidth to do more of that, because I agree, it's not great. The early game, like, the art's bad. It's 18 years old in a lot of spots, right? So yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And we've done it a little bit, but it's hard to like have the space to do it, because we always want to be making sure we're making cool content for the players we do have, and making sure you're always engaged and interested, and like but yeah, like, I want to do that. And I've done a little bit of it here and there, but it's tricky, unfortunately. So, it's a goal, though. It is a goal. Okay, I'm going to shrink that down a bit more. I may end up moving that somewhere, but I'm fine with that for now. Okay. Who else? Did I miss any nickname? Because I'm about to wrap up. And let me put in the Larry link, just in case anyone missed it. Into the chat it goes. Boom. Okay, so I'm gonna call it. My wrist is starting to seize up a bit. And oh yeah, Dallas. How do we want you in there? Gao, DG, Big D. Of course, yeah. No, it's definitely not a discarded idea. It's something that we all want, but yeah, it's just really a case of kind of like where we can manage to like find the space to do it, because I mean, a lot of us, like, we have a list of old mice we want to redraw, and like, rare opportunities do we get to actually tackle that. Sometimes I've managed to get to do it on Feedback Friday, which is a great way to do that. But we actually have a content audit that we're dealing with because we need it, which is to kind of like repaint some elements on header illustrations, like the banner that goes behind the horn in locations, and we need to kind of like tune up a few of those. We have some like low res issues and stuff. So that's kind of like when we do have a bit of room to repaint, that's one of the things we've been doing. We actually have gotten through quite a lot, thanks to Liz and Lauren have been absolutely crushing those. But yeah, like, I really, it's on my list of like, I gotta get to that. But that's been a thing I've been saying for like over a decade. So yeah, Gao to stay consistent. feel like we're gonna have some like mechanical goodies in here. So I feel like if I establish a GAU in here, and then I kind of like build the machinery or like using that, that could be kind of an interesting challenge. Also, no 90 degrees. Again, I might end up changing this completely. We'll see if this ends up kind of, oh, I got 90 degrees. See if this ends up surviving the idea. If not, I'll try and move it somewhere else. Can just make this a cylinder. All right, well, I'll figure that out. I'm gonna head out in a moment. Let's check out our time lapse. Enjoy, you know, see where we came from and what we accomplished. So let's do a little export a time lapse. Let's go full video. So I do recall there was a moment in this early sketch that I was kind of like, that's got some oomph. I guess like around here before I kind of like extended and aimed it down, like that arm right there is like beefy cannon. And part of that I'm kind of like a little bit like I kind of missed that design where it just felt like it's gonna punch through the hull of something, you know, like it's gonna like clamp down on a vessel and reel it in. Can pull a jeep out of a ditch with that. I don't know. But yeah, so that was kind of fun. But I like where we're at. This is pretty cool. That one's got like again. I think I was talking about that during the sketch phase. How it has like mech feet and it looks like it's like one of those like wind up kind of walkie robots. Like that's kind of what I'm picturing it does is just kind of like ding, 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 ding. So it's less kind of epic feeling, I guess. But there's a lot going on with this piece. Still, I feel like the kind of like cannon or firing concept isn't necessarily there. I also like the feeling that this is giving of it being wider. So something I'm thinking is I need to kind of like make these panels on the top kind of come out more, like have the angles kind of like flare and kind of arch out, to kind of like become this like shell. Right now it's very kind of, it's just like rectangles. So yeah, I think I want to modify that, and the trim kind of helps with that. Or currently it's actually hindering. But I think, yeah, I want to like create a panel right over top of all that and just like really kind of draw it out horizontally. Mecha cannon. Yeah. Yeah. A little ATST. The screw texture of the sketch arm too. Okay. Hmm. Well, again, with fresh eyes, I'm gonna kind of like re-look at the where it came from and kind of like identify things that I'm like, you know what, there was something with that, and try and pull it in. That often will happen where like early on in a drawing it has like an element that's like, yeah, that's working. Um, and you need to kind of like figure out how to get that back sometimes once you've kind of like developed it further, because like you could have this often happens with artists early on. They'll have like a sketch that feels like really vibrant and there's life and it's like really kind of like movement and alive feeling, and then when you like start rendering it, it like feels really static and stiff. And as you kind of like figure things out, you kind of learn how to keep those fluid feeling elements, but it's like really hard to identify what is causing that. Like what tiniest little, the line weight of that, or the soft curve of that, or whatever. It's the tiniest little bits like that can actually transform it completely. All right. Well, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna call it, and I hope you enjoyed. I know I did. It was a fun one, and I appreciated the input and ideas. They were great. Also, I have these written backwards, don't I? Heck yeah, that's perfect. We're gonna keep them that way. Sorry, I think it's funny. Um, yeah. I mean, I could flip them, but should I? Anyways, yeah, probably see me in 2 weeks. I'm sure that, you know, we'll be streaming something next week. And I'm going to give this a save. And I'm going to sign off. So, as always, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. And until I see you next time, happy hunting, everyone. I will catch you later. Bye bye.